Well, hello, and welcome to my stream. I'm glad that you could join, whether you're watching online, live, or maybe perusing my VOD. I certainly appreciate you being here. Basically, this is game development. I'm just trying to create my game that I've been wanting to make for a long time. Retro style dungeon crawling classic retro RPG with the old time look. And basically, the idea is to run around inside of a maze, don't get lost, fight monsters continually, get better gear, get better experience, have a little bit of a storyline to work at. Your classic, probably by today's standards, much limited type of RPG. Programmer art, and all that good stuff. So today what I'm working on is basically kind of going back over the project and setting up some visuals just to kind of help guide a direction, kind of get a 10,000 foot view of what I've been doing, spark some memories. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is in my head. I don't have a detailed design document. Been doing this for a while and just been kind of going for it. Well, it's grown large enough to the point where, yeah, in retrospect, probably should have at least some of the stuff planned out a little more, creating a document as I go, organizing it and such. I mean, I do use things like Miro, an idea board and things like that, but sometimes I will be lost in the forest a little bit and like, oh, what do I do next? What do I need to work on next? Type of thing. So I figured, well, why don't we just start looking at the visuals, use some capable tools within Visual Studio itself. And with that, I'm just setting up class diagram. So in essence, this is Dungeon of Treptera. Do have some nod toward object-oriented programming with some of the classes. Some of these things are structured in such a way to help me keep an organized way of building out the capability of the game engine, which is basically rule engine. And then when I want to go extend the game, create more types of mobs. I call these things mobs. It's the monsters that you fight. It's from the old mud days, multi-user dungeon, text-based multi-user dungeons where you tell a command of move north, south, east, west. You go into different rooms, and then you have these monsters that move around the maze. So thus mobiles, mobs, and so yeah, a mob is the enemy that you attack and such. I might do some more commentary on some of the inner workings of the game, what I'm thinking about. Maybe describe a little bit of how the game flows at a top level, and we'll just see how that kind of works. And I need to learn to maybe stream a little bit earlier in the day, just for the fact that the voice gives out in the evening. So it's awful gravelly. I don't like it. I apologize for the quality of the voice. Maybe it'll straighten out. All right. Well, let's see. Let's get sort of started here. Just started streaming, so I don't have all the tools set up. I don't have any gravitas, and that's okay. I enjoy programming. I enjoy this kind of thing. I'm in the hobby side of my software development. So I relax a few things. I mean, you can't take the developer out of it, of course. There's lots of design patterns and lots of software engineering. And, apologize. Some of the stuff you're not going to see. I might not be particularly follow along someone's ideals, but it does work. And as I need to, I pull out the old professionalism as I need. But right now, it's a hobby time, so I treat it as such. there'll be some times where I will pause quite a bit, just think and not speak a lot. That's one of the things I'm learning to describe what I am doing. Trying to get a little bit better at doing things like that. So but, that's things I'll be working on. But hopefully the music is relaxing, a little background music. If you want to put this stream on the back as you work on your own projects, that'd be perfect. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll try to answer them if I have an answer. Try to look up the answer, or to say I don't know. However it happened. Okay, I am in the middle of this, so I'll get my bearings. Just a few moments here. Would go for a nice hot cup of coffee. It is kind of late for coffee. I do want to get some sleep sometime. Most awesome. Just doing a quick check over. Make sure I didn't type things into my stream manager and forget to hit done or go. Make sure I haven't been on mute the entire time. Little things like that. Trying to deploy some anti-scuff. Problems if every time we try to deploy more anti-scuff, more scuff happens. That's okay. Make sure we're not having passwords pop up in the middle of the screen. That'd be great. Or any other kind of embarrassment. Okay. Wrong button. No, wrong button. There we go. All right, what is this mess you see before you? Well, that is a visual diagram of all the classes that are in the game. In this particular screen, I'm trying to kind of organize them in functionality. Give me a visual on the structure. And it kind of points out to me when I see something like this, like, there's some opportunity maybe to break down some of the complexity of these classes. Like I got one's huge. But then again, sometimes this is just the core process. For example, we have something called Scenario Mobiles. This class is basically a programmatic way of building out and creating weapons, armor, items, mobiles, and the such. So yeah, a lot of these are helper classes. I think the terminology is fluent. So when you code, I'm going to jump into some code here, see what happens. So the design pattern is you're going to create C# has what's called extensions. And what this does is it allows you to add functionality code that's outside of the original design of a class to make it appear as though the class has these functions. The class is an object. It encapsulates, usually should be single purpose, separates, it separates data. A lot of times it should be immutable, but I'm using mutable. All that means, can you change the data once you have created it? And a lot of times classes, you mutate the data. So as you call functions, it changes the state of the data inside of itself. It's an organizational tool. That's about as far as I can get into the academic version of OOP, which object-oriented programming, which is not very strong. That's okay. So this extension then essentially says, okay, when you have these dot notation coding, you can have an object like object dot do something. what that really just means is that I'm going to call the function that's defined on this object. I'm going to do something, I'm going to execute it. And the code inside of this do something can access data that only the object has and only what do something can see. So you can kind of protect your data state, your game state. Well, what I'm doing is fluent way of doing things is I'm able to add a functionality to a class and then it returns that class. So I pass in some variables, like here I'm passing in the first thing it's asking for is the mobile definition, and then these are variables that you use to set up all the core stats, for example, of that. And what this is basically saying is I want to create random generation of the stats between plus or minus 1. That's what this function goes. Good evening. Hey, I'm Evil. How you doing? Glad to see you. I hope your day has gone well, or things are going well. Glad that you can join. So by passing in these functions, by using this base stats, I am basically plugging in saying, okay, alter this, and I'm going to set up the base stats. Now I've kind of chained a couple other functions. Oh, sweet. Got your PC back online. Congratulations. I hope that it is, in fact, working for you well. Hopefully I could start watching you stream instead of you watching me stream sometime in the future. So we have physical stats generation and mental stats generation. So what does that do? Well, this MSC mobile definition, I believe I called it MSC because it's mobile scenario configuration. I will change the variable name here in the future to be a little bit more descriptive. And I will break up the strength, dex, and con and send them to the physical stats because those are physical stats. And then I will call the mental stat generator. What's the physical stat? Physical stat generator builds stat scores and sets them up. A stat score is used to generate stats for your character. That score is kind of a generic version of all scores. And with something like that, give it a stat score name. So as far as the game is concerned, it doesn't really matter. It's a number. This thing understands how to generate the number when it's told. And I have a structure set up that it will roll between the low end. It takes the minimum score. Between the minimum score and the maximum score, it's going to roll between those two numbers. And then it's going to roll an odds of 10, roll basically 1 through 10. And if it comes up as a 1, then I want you to essentially add a bonus score to that. So there's 1 in 10 chance that a bonus score will be added, and the numbers goes. There is a so we have an 8, 4, 2, 1. Basically means that it's a raffle system. 8 tickets says you're going to get a 1. 4 tickets for a 2. 2 tickets for a 3. And 1 ticket for a 4. So you add those all up. And you basically, it's like a raffle. You pull the ticket out, and you'll get a bonus number between 1 and 4, with it's weighted much more, just adding a bonus. So you have 1 in 10 chance to get an extra point, and then it rolls a chance for how big of a bonus. So this is kind of built into the stat score. So now I can add multiple stat scores to create your character stats. So it basically, it's a system built upon a system, essentially. Go back out. And so the Fluent way is basically a coding structure that says, I'm going to pass in a blank mobile definition object, and now I'm going to configure the physical status generation, the mental status generation, and then I can return that function call, and then later on grab it and add more things to it. So then I could then programmatically, it just makes it a dot notated way of describing how to build the object by giving the instructions that you need to. You're basically saying, go through these steps to generate whatever you want to generate. And it's like you know, you got your wooden blocks, the ABCs, and you grab them and you can order them however you want. Well, these are the little wooden blocks. It's up to you then how to organize those little wooden blocks into the different structures, which makes bigger blocks. And then you organize those bigger blocks to make, you know, eventually you make your game. That's what I'm kind of working on right now. Yeah, let's see. Hit that. Okay. Close this. Hit save. All right. Well, let's describe this little screen a little bit. Little screen. We're looking at our overview here of the different components within the game without the code behind it necessarily. So we'll start off over here. If the screen bigger. Zoom. I don't know if I like this visual tool, but it comes with it, and you know, maybe later on I could buy another visualizer. But so this game itself it's a website. So before I even make the game, I got to create a base functional website. The website technologies used is Razor Pages, so it's a .NET Core, using .NET Core 8 currently. Razor Page website. Razor is it's a way of building these websites. It's a platform or a framework within the Microsoft stack, which is very similar to the old style ASP pages, but they've made it more programmatic. They've unraveled the loop, as it were, exposed a lot of the things that are done automatically. It's a way of basically programmatically creating web page generation, combining C# code on the server side and then outputting HTML, which looks like a standard website. The enemies in fact are a random encounter, and the thing that comes out of the wall is actually just a graphic of one of the types of monsters that you can find in the game. What's interesting was I took some of the assets excuse me. Took some of the assets from my game and created it. Maybe if I could focus in on it a little bit. Let me see. While I'm talking. It's always magical windows. I don't know which screen it's going to pop up on. It always pops up on the screen that you don't want it to. And I don't have enough brain power to, got all this out ahead. No scripts, off the cuff. We're getting there. so far as all the mobs I've been drawing over time. Time endless. Let's see. Supposed to have it? Is it? Really? Ooh, that's funny. That's not good. Well, okay. Oh, there it is. Haha. So yeah, this is the image. What I've done is I've blown it up, made it basically screen size proportionately, and then in OBS I just make it an overlay so that it's over top of everything. But then I set up some filters and I give it some opacity, and I turn that down. Yeah, it is a little bit. Not too bad to get the browser working. But yeah, so when I made the maze, it used to be this type of color scheme. And then of course I go in and change how the game maze. And then so this becomes the way that this is the way the maze looked a couple of generations ago. That's okay. It's perfect. But the idea would be is if you're going through the maze, it has a very similar effect of this. The wall broke open here, so it's coming out. Now you gotta fight it. Yeah, it is a little freaky. This is a combination of some previous works, and then adding to that. So basically, you kind of cut and paste and cut and chop the wall graphic. Actually, because I don't have any actual decent, I'm not used to, or nor do I know how to use like a GIMP or actual paint programs. I don't have any like transform capability. I wish I did. It'd be really nice to be able to create a wall going from left to right, and then using a transform, start basically bend it and give it depth. As long as if I keep that depth and that transform information the same, I could have just made flat graphics for all the maze, and then go through and transform those into the components. So now I have a 3D representation in 2D, but I've actually had to draw it by hand, the 3D perspective, and then I chopped it up, and now I like doing everything hard and backwards, so that's okay. Retrospect is always good, right? So yeah, this is the monster. I figured I'd get a little theme graphic for the game. But yeah, this is one of the monsters. So when I was making this game, I kind of talked on some forums. So hey, I need someone willing to do some artwork. So I've always kind of dabbled in a little bit of play art, but this game has forced me to get better at actually drawing, and I've been doing it for a while now. Inadvertently developed a little bit of a style of my own. It's not, it's not perfect digital art. It's just its own style of art. And I'm going to use it. That's what I'm using. So now it's basically programmer art, latent artistic capability, which, it is what it is. I like it. I'm going to use it. And I still need more monsters. Never have enough monsters. A little bit of that's not so much of a spoiler, I guess, if you play the game. Be nice to, never see the monster before, and all of a sudden, oh, what is this? All right, let's see if I can get back. Where was that? So yeah, random encounters and such will create those things. And then, yeah, before you can even make the game, I had to basically say, well, what do I do? Do I know Godot? Do I know Game Maker? Do I know Unity? No, I don't know any of those things. I mean, I could understand them. I just don't have any kind of skill sets or understanding how to translate how I know how to develop code or to develop programs. How does that translate into something like Game Maker? It's doing a lot of things for you. You then are given a playground space to then finish the game. The game engine is already done. Each project, between Godot, Unity, Unreal. I mean, there's thousands of them technically. They all have various offerings of already done mechanics that deal with your common problems you face with gaming. So I don't have to worry about how to set up graphics. I just need to tell it to draw the graphics. But I wanted to make this game, and so I just said, you know what do I know? I know how to make desktop applications. Oh, not a lot of people actually use desktop applications much anymore. I mean, I could do that. And I thought, well, I mean, if I made this, I know how to make some web pages. I know how to do the back end side of the web pages a lot more than I do the front end. I do want to make it retro style, so it gives me an excuse to not be really great at the front end. And then I can go ahead and start incorporating a website. That's my delivery mechanism. And then from that point, well, then making the game is just creating a program that runs the game, using the website as my input-output canvas, as it were. Some of this code is just simply saying, hey, we got to deal with the mucky muck of connection. A request has come in for the web page. What do we do with that? We got to direct it to the correct pages. What does that mean? You set those things up. And then I have the game engine itself, the game, the rules, what makes Dungeons of Treptera, that main object is like a supervisor. It sits and it's always there. And the web pages then say, okay, you're on this web page. It tells the game then, okay, the users come in. We don't know who they are. We're going to set them up as a new user. And then we're going to make an entry into the game system. We're going to create the link between the web world to the game world. And right now, the way I do that is I send you a cookie. That cookie is a key to a data structure within the game. And I ask your browser, hey, give me that key. And he says, I don't have a key. Okay, new game, new person, even though if you're the same person. And if I get the key, oh, okay, I recognize that. Here's your save game data. Very simple. I know the game's not too worried about, you want multiple accounts? Fine. I mean, you know, but you could also have multiple parties in your game as well. That's not a problem. Later on, I will probably sync that up to more traditional login with Steam account. Or if I do want to sell this on Steam, I probably need to come up with some sort of Steam integration type of thing. So that's a future me problem. Right. So there are programming constructs that are present here that I don't mind trying to explain how I understand some of these structures or concepts, but I'm generally not at the moment ready for tutorial and C# development or how to code in C#. It may rub off, and if you have questions, I try to answer those. But yeah, my primary purpose is not necessarily, but I probably will be sidetracked in trying to describe how to do things. Even though I say, I'm not going to go there, I'll probably be there. Some of the things in programming, which now my 10,000 foot view over like the different game engines, and they have like their own scripting capabilities. Some of them are really built into using C#, like say Unity and things like that. A lot of times it's their own scripting language, and they store that information at, you know, where do they store the data? You know, I'm going to create a variable. It's going to hold, you know, the location of the character. No, do I need to hang on to that information across all scenes? And already when I start saying scenes and things like that, those are game engine terminologies. From a programmer standpoint, that would be called scope. It's basically telling the computer, hey, it's now safe for you to completely forget about this. And a computer, computer wants to forget about things because it has finite memory, or much less memory than our own brains. So the more stuff you hang on into the computer, the more stuff it has to jump around to get to where it wants, and you know, that's where you have performance issues and things like that. You only have a limited amount of memory. So when you write your code and write your computer code and such, you think in terms of, well, the computer's wanting to get rid of the memory as soon as possible. Now, some data, it needs to be the lifetime of the program. You don't want it to ever get rid of that information, otherwise you can start over from some point. So some of that information is going to be persisted across the entire game. Some of it, though, might be only persisted at the time of, say, a battle. It has details about how to set up the battle, how to track what's going on in the battle, who's doing what when. Then it stores off the information it needs to keep permanent, like your character's health points and how many spell points you used and things like that. And then it gets rid of all that. It forgets that ever happened. You've only given a little bit of the memory of what happened into your character setup. So when you develop your game, you do think about all those things. For a website, it's more of the website side of things, where you're going to say, do I remember when this person last connected to the website? What's going to happen when? The general model for websites in the internet day, out in the wild, is stateless. I mean, in other words, the server does not keep track of whatever is going on. When I give you a web page to look at from the server standpoint, I'm going to push information into your web page, into your browser, and then I'm going to forget about that information. But I gave the browser instructions. If you visit me again, you're going to send back that stuff I sent you. So then I go, oh, as a website, I could go, oh, okay, you're making a request with this information. Well, that means that okay, because you have this information coming at me now, I will assume that you've been here before, and I will then act accordingly. And then whatever I don't send the web browser will be forgotten the next round trip. Or I instruct the website, hey, I want you to take this block of memory, and I want to give you a unique key, and I want you to store it. And then I have to at least send that key to the browser, so that when you click on the next page or a button that comes back, all I have to do is go find that memory block of that key, and then I'm the one on the server side holding all of that memory. So it's a combination of both. So when you're developing your website, you're going to do, when is it that I'm going to put information out to the browser, and when is it that I'm going to keep it on the server. So there are dances that you perform just on that side of things. What I do is I create a game object, the game itself, and I say, game, you're going to hold on to anything that's important. And I just tell the website, hey, you want to hold on to something? Go tell the game engine. The game engine is going to be your memory now, and if it's not there, I won't care about it. So I don't have the website taking care of too much of the game stuff, other than tracking the game engine. Right. Some of the technologies involved allow the server to connect or to call back to your browser and say, hey, I got an update to you. It's called Signal R. Gives you the ability to have both a two-way connection between the server and client, which is case as a browser. It's just a technical speak for the fact that it allows you to, if I had a situation where I wanted real-time feedback to let you know what's happening. In other words, the game is running even though you're not refreshing your browser page. And I might, if I had any kind of real-time actions, I would but a send back. What's also nice about Signal R is a out-of-channel way of requesting information. And then I can either push information to the browser, and when I push information to the browser, it will take that information, locate a section of your page, and alter that page only, not do a complete refresh. So it just updates numbers and stuff in place without requiring you to revisit the website, which is fine. Very, very glossy overview of those type of things. So I got infrastructure to handle those type of things. As far as the game is concerned, I don't need to say, hey, I'm going to go use the Signal R channel now. I won't do that. But, okay, so this is a random, like a random dice game. What does that mean? Well, I use dice. Or I use the concept of you roll a range between 1 and 20 or 5 and 8. Give me a random number. Computer right now is using a pseudo random number generator because most basically randomness is pretty much the computer isn't too random until you get into some cryptography. You can get very near true random numbers, we're not trying to seed a cryptographic cipher and need a true source of entropy. We just need a random number that's close enough, because it's just a game, not nuclear science. So the non-nuclear science, but close enough random generator, from that we abstract out a system, call them dice, and I just called a dice bag. The dice bag function basically says, okay, you're gonna roll, something like roll. What does a roll do? Well, you take a roll, I'm going to use the random generator function, and I'm going to roll between min value and max value plus 1, because it's a zero-based roll, and that generates the random number. I told it what to roll, right? What's dice? Well, sides, if I say something like sides, well, then it's always starting with a minimum of 1 to x, or 1 to 3, 1 to 5, or 1 to 18, 1 to 20. And the dice means how many sets of those. So if I say 3, if I say side 20, dice 3, it's going to roll 3 20-sided dice, and then add up all the numbers together to give you a final number. So I have a dice bag that has all these helper functions that says, how to do things like that. And then I have like things like, I take a result and I say, hey, this result needs to be, this result can't be greater than the max, greater than min. Or I take the value and then I modify it by a number, or I modify it by a factor. I got all these capabilities like this, because it's basically a D20 system without, I'm not going to be going into all the details of D&D. Yes, it does use a 20-sided die and such, and things like that. The mechanics, the non-copyrightable mechanics, when he says, add 1 to the number and you get a range. I mean, I use some of those things, but it rapidly goes to the point where it's my own statistic tables, and then it's my own, what I do with that data, what I do with that roll. I have different functionality that occurs. So yeah, I mean, it's similar because we maybe roll dice, and it might have like at the roll equal to above a certain number to succeed type of a system. But it's a 1d20 progression, probabilities. It's a 5% per tick with a 95% chance of success. Because you always have a 90%. You always have a 5% chance of always winning and a 5% chance of always losing, and then the rest is in between. Modified curve. So for the game side, that's a little bit of a game development. I got some helper functions that basically say, hey, what is a roll? And the roll quality basically says, okay, I want to store whatever you rolled. I want to store what the target or the difficulty, or where we are trying to hit, and then it's going to determine based off the roll, was it a miss, a hit, a critical miss, I rolled a 1, a critical hit, you rolled a 20. Type of setup. So you have this roll quality. So you say roll this dice, it gets back a data structure. It tells you how well it rolled, and the actual number, and the actual difficulty, so that if I wanted to override anything, I could do that. Expand this out a little bit. So if I want to roll 1 to 20, and I do want to pay attention to 1s and 20s, then I call that natural roll. That's why there's an N here. It gives me a natural roll and returns a nat 20 object. that stores the roll quality and what it rolled. And then I, depending on the roll quality, I will then convert. Roll quality just basically says, was it a critical? Was it a critical miss, critical hit, or was it just a normal roll? And in regards to DC, I take this value here, compare the roll values. If is the roll less than that value, that means I failed. If my roll is normal. If I rolled a 1, it becomes a critical fail. Otherwise, it returns a critical. It means I critically passed. That description was way beyond. Could have toned that down a little bit, but wow. Got off. Where was I? But yeah, we have a dice bag with these rolling capabilities. I basically created, all this base things you need when you roll dice and the information you get off of that dice roll. So now I have a dice system. It just deals with rolling dice and some helper functions of like the most basic. I have a target number. Did I roll did I fail that target number? What's the definition of fail? And did I succeed? What's the definition of succeed? Within the game, you have something called enumerations, which is a programmatic way of defining a list of state. Behind the scenes, it assigns a number increasing from 0, where you can tell it exactly how to set the numbers up. But basically, they're flags, numeric data flags that help, since the computer likes to use numerics. It's trying to talk more native to the computer. So we have a D20 DC result. So certain functions that says, hey, I want to go do a difficulty class, and I might need to change that name of that, but basically you're trying to determine if you're going to win against a certain rate of difficulty. And a D20 DC result not only tells you did you fail or pass that type of roll, but I've added some more flags so that I can communicate more information based off of those type of DC rolls. So sometimes if I pass it a not possible, it means you can't do it. Not check means at the time that you have the data, the numbers that you have in this, you haven't checked for it yet. Because if I'm passing state from left to right, I might need to use it as control. Like if it's not checked yet, then I haven't performed the action. And if it's not viable, it means I couldn't perform the action. Maybe I need to go check and see if I'm dead, or my target's dead. And if it's not possible, it means that the game system allows you to select things. So it won't break for you by picking up a scepter. You're a paladin, you're going to pick up a scepter, which is a cleric-only weapon. You could pick it up. You could use it, the game rules are set so that, yeah, you could attack with it, but because you can't normally use something like this, it's just a raw weapon. It's like picking up a club or a very like a crude instrument. So it's going to allow you to just very crudely use it. But when I start, because it is a scepter, it may automatically, the game engine, say, oh, you need to perform these scepter rules. And because you're a fighter, they're always going to come back as not possible. And the game engine goes, oh, when a fighter is wielding an item, or when a fighter is wielding a weapon and it comes back not possible, respond in these ways. So the code is, I'm trying to code the system to a bunch of error states, but to viable termination. In other words, in the real world, you run into a wall that stops your movement. The world doesn't suddenly go error. You've unexpectedly stopped movement. And your world crashes. No, you suddenly stop movement. That type of thing. So the game is trying to, the game engine is try to basically have a default state of not understanding, but the game has like default states that you could logically fall into that still makes sense in the game. Won't break the game necessarily. That gives me more flexibility, so later on if I do want somebody to pick up a chair and throw it, you know, the chair's not a weapon, but since you picked it up like a weapon, it'll at least attempt to treat it like a base weapon, and then it attempts to automatically get more and more out of it until it can't. That's the general design philosophy. But you have these flags that help you deal with those type of decisions. Yep. Natural failure, a normal roll, and a natural success. So if you just simply roll the dice, and I want to take a look at what is considered natural success and failure from a very generic system. If I said roll between 1 and 8, then this system would say, okay, well then a 1 means it's failure and 8 means it's success, and 2 through 7 is normal. I generally toss at it though a d20, so it knows a 1 is a failure, 20 is a success, and 2 through 19 is a normal roll. I think I've talked that to death, but no, we got dice. Literally, the dice bag was the first thing I made making the game. I'm like, what's the core? When it comes down to it, what's all about the game? Dice rolls, randomness. We need tools to handle the randomness. We need tools that describe what it means, what that randomness means, and add quality or add state information that lets us describe why we rolled it and what to do when you roll it. Is that all clear as mud? Clear as mud. The game engine. We're looking at the core of the game engine. Sort of. So, for example, remember I kind of talked about earlier, the game needs to coordinate between the website and the game. You actually have some of those concepts when you create something in, say, Godot or Game Maker or other types of game engines out there. In that parlance, Game Maker is the game engine. Unity is the game engine. Because it's going to be handling the concept of running a game. You got your graphics, you got your frames as it draws things out, and when to execute and when to respond to things. So from that standpoint, you're going to have variables, scenes, things that you're set up that's going to deal with the game side of things, you know, the actual visuals, the artwork, the physics. But then you also have variables that's going to describe what is your game. You know, you've come up with 3 stats, and you don't want your character moving across the screen at high velocity if you're a slow character. So you have your own game rules then, and you are going to fit that in and however you wish to fit, however you can. That's going to basically, you're going to say, hey, this is a character. I need to know information about that character across the entire game. I need to come up with how to get that information across the entire game. And that's when you start working with the nitty-gritty of whatever engine you've chosen. So there's times where the website is, going burr, and you are going to connect to the website, and you are in town, or you're in, and then you go to the maze. The maze is a special web page, basically, and when you say move forward, you're clicking on the maze. You're giving an instruction back saying, I want to move forward 1 space. The game engine is going to look up a session representing your login, your game session. It's going to say, okay, what direction is your party facing? Okay, it was facing north. So forward means that I'm going to move up into the maze. So my X variable is going to be subtracted by 1. I'm going to go retrieve the room that is located 1 unit north of, X value above where you were, and you move north. Now, if you were facing south, it's going to be the opposite. I built the system so that the game operates on facing and direction, meaning move forward 1, move backward 1, rotate left, rotate right, or slide right, slide left. The game then keeps track of, well, what does that mean as in cardinal directions? You start off looking north. You rotate 1 to your right. You're now facing east. But everything is based off of moving forward, moving back, and then I translate that to basically north, south, east, west coordinates. Because it's easier to send a command to say, just move forward. I don't have to worry about what I'm facing, so I can do all the rotation math of a 2D matrix. Just move forward. Just spin around. Look backward. And the game is basically you always move forward. Either spin or move forward. Okay. So that's the game side. But in order for me to determine what to draw on your browser, I need a way to communicate game information back. So you got something called like the game round. It's defining different pieces of information that says, hey, the game is in this state. This is what happened from this point to the next point. And it's kind of that bridge between, okay, the website's going to show certain things based off of what the game round has said. I have a couple other variables that do that as well. So you have the game. The game is going to be responsible for running the game. It's a manager of sorts. It's going to hang on to the resources like all the monsters in the world, all the items in the world, weapons, armor, spells, effects, things that make up the flavor, the mechanics of the game. It's maintaining the how to do it and the lookup information, and also understands how to create, the state between, the website says we want to change the position of the character in the lineup. So, the website's showing your characters lined up 1 through 6, and I want to put my mage at the front lines because he performed poorly last time, and so I'm going to give him a taste of his own medicine. I'm going to put him at the front line. The website calls back and says, hey, let's call back game scenario change campaign position. Basically, it's saying I know that I'm in campaign mode, meaning I'm not in battle, and I need to change position, and it's going to pass in the information that describes how to, what the choices were made. What's nice about this is that all these function calls and stuff aren't necessarily specific to a website. If I could figure out a way to yank all this out and stick it into a game engine and keep it alive, I could have the game engine, like say, Game Maker, pass in the information, and then this could still run the game. Yeah, it does have quite a bit of planning. This is what happens when you work on it for a year and a half. You gotta build, and it starts off small, and then you just build and build and build, and then you retrofit it and reconstruct it. So I have basically the game, the rules system, how to, what does it mean to attack with weapons? What does it mean to defend against weapons? What does it mean to cast a spell? What does a spell mean? A spell ultimately causes a world effect. So I don't just define spells, I define world effects, like being on fire, being in acid, taking damage from environment, taking damage on your own character. What happens when your character takes damage below a certain limit? So all these are the fantasy physicality of the world, fantasy physics. It sets up all those. It sets up reality of your game. Then when you want to create spells, you have to make what a spell is just a delivery mechanism of an effect. The effect is fire. A spell is a delivery of that fire onto something. So the delivery system is a game engine system that isn't specifically just spells. The spell makes use of that rule system. So, and then what makes the spell different from everything else? Well, spell adds the concept of spell level, if you memorize the spell or not, you know, the logistics of what a spell is. And then it says, okay, now here's how you, and then the instructions create an effect with a randomness between 3 and 5, classified as fire, that requires a dex saving throw from the target, the defender, that it should affect just one target or just one defender. You know, it sets up all those things. So then, kind of like a game of chess, you can understand the rules of chess, but the permutations is, you know, quite a bit. So then, I'm not hard-coding what a spell is. Oh, it's a fireball, and I've hard-coded exactly all the actions, all the intricacies. But now I want to make a firebolt. Well, wait. I'm going to have to reprogram all those actions to make the firebolt work. Now I want to make it an ice bolt. Got to rebuild it from scratch again. So I said, well, what's common between all those interactions? We build those so that an ice bolt, a fireball, and a firebolt is just flavors of those actions. And I have to, you know, I only have to code the differences between those things. And if I come across a system and it goes, yeah, this doesn't work very good, then I have to go clear to the core, change a world rule, bring that forward to all the subsystems, and then I can then start fixing things. I've done things where it's like, yeah, this isn't going to work. This is too complex. So I had to break things down. And a lot of this, I mean, there is some legacy stuff as I was building things out. I got old dead branches I need to clear out of the code. But, I mean, the game engine would be like, hey, I need to create a cleric on the fly. Well, here's a function that says, all right, I can create a cleric. You just pass me in the core stats and you got a cleric. You know, I do things like that. Actually, that isn't dead branch code. Every 2.5 minutes, I randomly generate an adventurer for you. And I have an array of potential to create cleric, fighter, mage, and thief. I roll 1d4. I call the function based off of the 1d4, so either a cleric, fighter, mage, or thief. And then, there we go. You have a brand new recruit. And I do that every 2.5 minutes. Let's see. Also have. We got the game. Game extensions are basically, these are things. So now the program side of me, the programmer, I'm constantly kind of like, I want to organize these functions. You know, should it be at the game level? Should it be on the game session level? You know, where do I want to locate programmatically? How do I want to organize the various methods that handle the game? You know, fighting should be on the fighting module, spells should be on the spell module, or should the fighting attacks and the spell effects be on the game rule engine? Because truly, it's a game rule that I'm working on. You know, so that's the kind of things I toil with once in a while and reconfigure. So, I mean, that's all the support that, you know, not going into absolutely everything. You know, and there's things like, for the game, for example, things that would go into the game object. It's like, okay, I did damage. How do I want to describe that damage? I have a formula, a word formula, that it's going to take information about that attack, and then construct a phrase that describes, you know, how you attacked, with a little bit of you know, hammy. 4 variations of the actions, 4 variations of every kind of effect in the game. You know, so if I think it's on fire, you're burned, scorched, immolated, these descriptives, so that you have different descriptions, and so that way as it randomly generates these things, you get a little bit of variance, kind of breaks up the monotony a little bit. Well, that'd be like game related. The game rules would be things like, I need to do certain checks, like every character in the game base wise can have a condition. You could stack conditions. Conditions could be a blessing, a weapon blessing, a curse. It could be an ongoing acid attack effect. It could be a protection. It has various categories. Well, these are all conditions. Conditions are their own entity, their own thing, and they have their own sub-engine that deal with conditions. So game rules might be something like condition death. Call condition death and say, hey, is this character dead? I don't hard code all the definitions of death for every action in the game. I put those inside of the condition death detector, and then I just simply call that wherever appropriate. So if you cast a spell, one of the things I'll be doing is are you dead? Dead men don't cast spells. No, dead men don't speak spells. If I'm a cleric and I'm trying to heal you, I'm gonna call condition healable on the target, because if you're poisoned, while you're poisoned, you can't be healed. Because I communicate back in the standardized dice roll system with like the DC 20 result system, I have a common way. Everything responds the same way. I could build facts. I could organize logic based off of that unified way of speaking, the unified way of saying success or failure, so that I could so systems can build on each other. So you have condition healable is going to return that object. The engine knows how to deal with the response. All these return back with that kind of a response. All it really matters is where or when did I ask for it, and then deal appropriately with that. If I'm trying to attack, I'm going to always check to see, are you in the condition immobile? What's immobile? Mobile means anything that's in condition death. If you're dead, you're immobile. Anything that prevents mobility, sleep, hold, paralysis, petrification, you're hypnotized, you are charmed. Well, not necessarily charmed, but anything else that would be a spell that simply says you're immobile. Those are the things that it's going to check. If you're immobile, you can't attack. Certain conditions can block spells. Being asleep blocks spells. I'm trying to cast a spell. Well, first of all, the immobile check prevents me from that. But if I cast sleep on undead have a special condition that anything that sleep specifically does not affect them. So this comes back and says that spell was blocked. Can't do it. So as I go through and think generically, okay, these little tests that I need to have, I need to start building them out. I build out all the possible tests. There's it's a rule system. It's a finite rule system. You will have finite, meaning a limited number of types of checks. Some of them you can combine for more experiences, but there's a limited number of combinations, and you just add enough to the point where it's sufficient, so that you have enough, interesting things that can occur, things like that, and just other adult tests. Over here, yep. Others are game support. Okay, this top condition that probably needs to go over to the game extensions. Top conditions just report what's considered. If you had 5 conditions on your character, but I can only show one because that's all the room I have, I probably want to show what I would consider in the game the most important condition. Obviously, being dead would be top. Knowing your character is dead, but beyond being dead, you might be on fire, you're burning, so you have a condition burned, but you also have a condition poisoned. I think when I my quick lookup of my character stats, I don't really care if I'm burned or burning more than I would either see the fact that my character's poisoned. Why? Poison is more potent, or more threat, more dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're burned if you died of the poison. So top condition, it basically says, here's the sort order. So I have things like that. So I have all these functions and things like that that help regulate the game. Run rules lawyer, essentially. It runs the game, builds things up like that. And then I have to describe, well, what's combat? What does combat mean? How does combat flow? Who gets to do what when? So there's a system that represents that. And then there's a system that represents outside of combat, which is mainly two places that you use that. In town, going between shops. Well, you technically can't be attacked in town, so that's one side of things. The other side of things is that you're moving around in the maze. You're in campaign mode, and there's rule sets that deal with campaign mode. And at this point, I realized I should have a game document that describes these things. So programmatically, you get down to the point, it's like, okay, well, what's important? Well, the idea of a character. It's an RPG. You have a character. You have a base player. Your player class. What is this thing? And so I start off with saying, okay, I'm going to create the one object, the character. It's an abstract class, means it's incorporeal. You can't directly create this one. It's instructions that just define what is everything is a character. And then on the character, it's going to have all of the core definitions, the core rules, the core data points that describe what is a character. Things like all your stats, your character name, your description, what class is it, information about what's your character doing, what initiative, if you're in battle, what initiative did you roll, what order are you fighting in that particular battle, what kind of, in purposes of battle, what are you a mortal being, are you incorporeal, or you got like a general, what is your substance. A game brain basically is the code that I have a swappable system where it just, this is basically the intelligence of the character. This is code that's separate from the character that describe how to make the character behave. If you're not an NPC, if you're a PC, it basically says whatever was chosen is what you do type of system. It's the website that allows you to choose your targets. It's the website that allows you to just pick your weapons. So you make the choices. You're the brain. But I have to programmatically say, don't override those. If it's a game brain, that's a kobold game brain, then it has a specific way of attacking, has a specific way of checking the player party and making, set decisions based off of what it finds. That's game brain. Game brain also defines your abilities. And I got various, also logistics information, like where are you, what party do you belong to, what are your weapons, what are your armor, what do you have on your character, what do you have, things like that. Then character splits off to two variants of character. You have the mobile, and then you have the player. Anything that's not a player controlled character is a mobile. NPCs could technically be players, but I would, so you have a mobile. Now under player is going to add, an aspect. Yeah, I just, player would add things like, okay, at this layer, I'm going to give you the base stats of a character. I'm going to define some generic material, like so here's, a player is mortal, for example. Now a player could break down into either you're a caster player, you cast spells basically, or you're melee, you're physical. So it's either magic or physical. A caster then can either be a celestial caster, a wizard caster, magic caster, and then different. So this just defines like a school, the types of magic. And then underneath there, you finally get to the actual playable characters. Here's a cleric. There's a paladin. They share the base capabilities of a celestial caster. And then a cleric defines the specifics for it, how it wants to deal with celestial capability. And a paladin has another set of celestial capability. Then you get over the wizard caster. Well, wizard caster, the first thing is a sage. They also have another class that, it's a sage. A magic caster is a mage. Later on, if I want to add in other capabilities, I can put that in. On melee, it breaks down to, well, what kind of melee are you? It's flat out physical melee. That's kind of like your frontline fighters, your martial martial weaponry, infantry type of thing. A skilled melee is kind of like, yes, they're a melee character, but that's where your thieves, your minstrels, and ninjas come from. What's a minstrel? Combination of a cleric thief, I think. Basically, a minstrel, a bard. You could weave spells by singing music, and you could hit people over the head with the steel mandolin. Ninjas, your classic, your martial artist, silent and deadly ninja. And then you get your classic thief. For melee, you have either wilder. This is a combination of ranger and barbarian, and then you have a standard fighter. Programmatically, this gives you the ability for me to build upon structure, and then all I have to do is make the game engine work with the character class. Yeah, shankers. Thief could shank people in the back. Ninja could shank a lot of people simultaneously in the back. Yeah, lovely. On the mobs, different but similar. I have a mob caster domain, melee domain, and a skilled domain. Right now I don't have any skilled mobs. Under the mob casters, I have a mob caster. So anything that casts spells, so that these aren't as specific in ability as, like, say, drawn out as your player character. Because I just need generic, large swath division. Oh, sure. So your player characters in the game right now, your main characters, little treads there, apologize. Your main characters is cleric, fighter, thief, and mage. Is the ones you normally can play. But I have other ones I'm bringing in. They can have like special capabilities, a little more cool things. These like cleric, mage, fighter, and thief. There are like a jack of all trades in that particular area. They don't especially really, master of certain things. But they can get the job done all the way through. Paladins, sages, wilders, minstrels, ninjas. It feels like I'm missing something. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Those are other classes I haven't introduced yet. They have a little more capability. Like your fighter, just having a paladin gives you access to more successfully attacking more evil creatures. And they have a commanding presence, so they can give bonuses to your party. They have a little bit of a healing capability. A sage is going to be like a mage, but they're going to take advantage of artifacts easy, so you can get access to artifacts and things. They gather information. They also open up certain kinds of questing in the game where you have to go in and find artifacts. A sage would work with that. Feels like I'm missing a wizard. I'm just looking at this stuff. I'm missing something. Interesting. I could cheat. I could look at my code to see what I'm missing. That one. Page. Go to shared. More info. Iconic. Iconic and advanced. Sage. Wizard. I have a wizard. What? Having a breakdown here. Why isn't he represented? Well, I guess we'll have to figure that later. But I think I'm missing a character I forgot to put in this diagram. Wizards. A wizard is something that's going to be able to conjure creatures to fight along with you. Basically, if you battle certain creatures, they can learn how to summon mobs to fight for you. A little more advanced capabilities. A wilder is like, they're a barbarian. Basically a barbarian type, and such. But what's going to make more sense is when I start breaking down the... See, joking before you make a white fan art, but this is just curious, but would there be a recruitable characters, like outside of an inn, maybe a monster special characters? Well, that's kind of what some of these specialized classes are going to be, kind of filling that role a little bit. Once you advance into the maze and defeat certain kinds of monsters, like when you come across a ninja for the first time, you'll be given some clues. You will discover that there's a couple of factions, ones that live in the dungeon realm, and the other ones that have decided to, they're still humans, but some are just part of the dungeon system. Others got out of it, essentially, but they're very secretive. And so, yeah, you'll get to unlock a ninja, for example. Some things occur in how you play your characters. If so essentially, yes. Some of these are unlockables. There are going to be in the game, once I get to make the game, some of the things I would like to have is escort missions. So you have a party of 7 and you get to pick up somebody, and you can move them. You have to escort them down into a certain place in the maze successfully. Some of them might even be you have to do it in all one go. If you go back to town, it's over. So then that puts some stress on your capability, which then that starts making the game, I think, a little more fun. I mean, everyone loves just running around beating on monsters, but adding some more purpose to that also would be nice, type of thing. So, and I haven't thought about this, but there is I could create. Oh, I didn't say woo them. Now that you said that, maybe. No. One time I played a text game where when you're in the inn, there was a bard or a waitress, and you could flirt with them. and at some point you could in the game marry them. It was kind of funny. Could add something like that. I'm not trying to make a dating sim. I'm trying to make a dungeon crawl. A dungeon crawl dating sim would kind of be weird. I suppose that'd be niche as well. That'd be kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, I could programmatically create named pre-built stat characters probably more easily than anything, where, okay, so for example, you have a level 7 party. A paladin shows up requesting an escort, essentially, and he must get to level 6, and you must find a spectral something or other, because he's on a quest to dispatch a spectral haunt, for example. So he shows up in your roster. You get like a toast saying, "Hey, sir, so whatever, sir, self-important or whatever," shows up, and you could then add him into your party. You get to control him, but you have to hit the win conditions. From that point on, you can keep him, or he could say something to the effect of, "Thank you so much for helping me complete my most holy mission. But there's others in my order that also need to complete, and I will send word ahead that you're a trustworthy and valiant adventure group to, you know." So what happens then is that you get specifically pre-made characters into that. What would be interesting is if I made this, I mean, technically this is a online game where multiple people can play, just that you all play alone together. But world-wise, I could create like, say, 10 named characters, and depending how you know, every month or whatever, you can gain those characters. They're, you know, kind of powerful characters, you know, and then you have like a board that describes the onslaughts of the other people playing on the same server in Bardic format, you know, playing together but not together. So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities with that. What's interesting is once you can start building the base game engine or the base rule system for the game, then coming up with these type of things become less about programming whole systems. It's just organizing the existing systems to work to your favor. That's one of the goals. So yeah, that's kind of a base loadout of the different things. For, you know, so we have because these mobiles are a character, technically I could take a mob and put them into your party. Technically. And then the game function goes, "Hey, what are you? Are you a player or are you a mob?" Well, if you're a mob, it's going to show you mob screens. And if you're a player, it's going to show you things you can do as a player. So yeah, there's some extensibility kind of built into this. So the game engine, then basically I need to classify, like, okay, so of the mobs, even though I programmatically divide them up as to what they can do, you know, and then programmatically I have the thing called an interface called mob. It has nothing on it other than it's going to act like a flag that I could then go and say, hey, of all the possible characters that can be built, who are mobs? These are. But everything in the game is going to end up ultimately be classified. Even so, you know, the general summary of it is: are you mortal? Are you mortal? Are you undead? Are you supernatural? Are you of quintessence? That the quintessence is an older word. It basically means of substance. That's how you if you're a quintessence, that means you're an elemental, a fire elemental, water elemental, air, earth, light. You're an elemental basically, of some variety. An elemental is a very ancient form of all of these elementals come from elemental, but everything elemental would be quintessence. A legendary, anything it's legendary would be considered right now. Vampires and dragons are legendary type levels of creatures. If you have quintessence, okay, yeah, you're a spirit directly. It's different than a ghost. A spirit, elemental, fire elementals. If you are supernatural, you're celestial, which is like, the stars, the sky, celestial. Abyssal, below ground. And void, substance of black holes, substance of annihilation. Void. So there's 3 different areas. So we got celestial, abyssal, and void. These are like, these fight each other. They're opposites. Void is kind of everyone's problem. Then you got, let's see, undead, which is basically skeleton, zombie, ghoul, ghost, phantasm. And then if I need to come up with more, I could put more in there. Certain spells and things work off of mobile aspect. So if I define something with a certain mobile aspect, then like you have a sort of so you have a mace or a cudgel, flail. Say you have a mace. Say you have a mace of rest. Well, what is a mace of rest? It basically gets pluses to undead, puts them to rest. Say you have a mace of rest, things like that. Things that are in the game. You got something called equipment. Equipment is your items, usable items, armor, and weapons. You have a system, basically. How do you handle your equipment? Well, this is the system that handles the equipment. What describes equipment? And then you have an equipment item. I'm in the process of kind of renaming that. But it's basically your consumables, things that you could use as equipment. Items, like you could use a trinket, a pouch, a rod, a staff, a vial, a potion, artifact, things that you could use. And I have a system then, basically information about, well, if it's an item, how consumable, what does it affect? Self, party member, the whole party, any hostile, a whole hostile party, all hostile parties, everything. Special is a special catch-all. Basically says, hey, I'm going to programmatically tell you what to do. The levels of consumable usage means it's impossible, means your character can't use it. Or if I create an item that I don't want to be, I want it to be an item, but I don't want the characters to use it, I will assign it impossible, so that if it does ever end up in your inventory, the game engine goes, yeah, you can't use this, it's impossible. General means, so these are just increasing levels of access. All potions are general. Vial is special. A tome would be an expert, and different classes have different levels of consumable usage. Everyone could use any item, But if I can only use general items and I picked up a master item, I'm gonna have like a DC of 25. I'm gonna have to be, and some of these things can have a backfire effect. If you didn't use it properly, it blows up in your face. Don't use stuff you're not supposed to use. After you use it, I define what happens. Unmaterialized. Basically, you have a stack of items. Unmaterialized is just a default version of saying, hey, this, you don't actually have it. It's an initialization state. So if you have a stack of vials, if the vials, potions, and they have the attribute of empty, then you basically have 5 empty. You're going to keep track of a stack of 5 empty glasses, and then they could be refilled with the same substance. So if it was a potion of healing, a blue potion of healing, then you could fill it up with blue potion. If you use it and you have a thing called broken, it's a one use, or it has so many uses. Once the uses are used up, it stays in your inventory. It's broken. It just keeps up space. You have to get rid of it. And some items simply, once you use it, it just disappears. It goes out of your inventory. Your types of consumables. Here we go. Yeah, potions, vials, salve. So potion, anyone can use a potion. A vial is an offensive thing where it's like a grenade. You throw it and it breaks up and does something. A salve is something you can only apply on somebody else. Clerics could use salves for certain kinds of wounds. A wand is a special item used a mage. Oh, not a mage. Let's see. Basically, they're class-specific consumable items. I think a wand is for a mage. A rod is for a sage. A symbol would be a cleric use of item. A trinket would be a melee fighter class. A scroll would be a ninja. No, not a ninja. I think a sage as well. A pouch would be a ninja or thief. Pouch of smoke, flashbang, pouch of poison gas attack, powder, sneezing powder, that type of thing. So that's your items. You have your basically definition of what an item is, not what it does. What you do is you end up attaching a spell effect to the item. So anything that happens in the game when it comes other than fighting is effects. Spells make use of effects to cause things to happen, and so do potions. Like a potion of healing is a healing effect. That's not casted. It just applies the healing effect. Or, trinket of stalwart defense. A fighter will activate it, and then it increases their AC by 10. Makes an iron shield around them temporarily. Okay, so then you have armor. You have a classification of your armors. Is it natural armor, light armor, medium, heavy? Only mages, only clerics. Scion, which is, I think, I need to remove that. Basically, it's a mental. If your character has a mental capability, like your sages and your wizards, they have a mental magic. So be Scion. If it's chaos armor, if it's void armor, and if it's celestial armor. So it just give you the qualities of the armor, some special abilities. You have things about the armor that describe, armor stat. So armor needs, most armor needs strength to wear it. Mage armor is based off of intelligence. So you need to have a certain intelligence to be able to use the mage armor, things like that. Then the 3 types of protection for armor is to protect from 4 types actually: bludgeon damage, piercing damage, slashing damage. So yeah, bludgeon, slice, pierce, and then incorporeal, things that are non-substantive. Also, you gotta have a strength threshold, meaning you can only, well, strength threshold, actually I need to convert that more toward the armor stat, so that you gotta be above a certain point strength to even wear it. And stealth advantage basically means if you have stealth capabilities, will the armor allow you to do that? You can't hide in the shadows using plate armor unless you're really, really good. So yeah, this is used to protect. Only certain classes can use natural armor, light armor, medium armor, heavy armor. This restricts your armor. Who could use what? Weapons. So on the weapon side, you have the descriptors of weapons. You know, is it bludgeoning, a piercing weapon, slashing weapon, touch weapon, or incorporeal weapon? What kind of classes who could use the weapon? It's a basic weapon. Anyone can use it. A simple weapon requires a little bit of training. You know, familiarity with it. A martial weapon usually it's a weapon that you're using military. Just very, have to be very trained. Exotic is like a very specialized military weapon. And then you got weapons specific to classes. Mage, cleric, a mage weapon can only be used by mages only. Like you have gauntlets of telekinesis, basically allows you to do ranged attacks by punching, things like that. Weapon handling basically describes, how the weapon works. It's a natural weapon, that's claws. Finesse means you could use your dexterity bonus instead of having strength. Light weapon means, I don't know if I end up having dual weapon use, but it just basically means it's a lighter weapon. Versatile means you could use either 1 or 2 hands. Light, just a standard light weapon. Standard 2-handed, heavy, and 2-handed. Essentially, this is just, a certain character classes, like a barbarian, can use heavy weapons. And mostly heavy weapons should only be able to be used by certain classes. With the exception of if I want to make a fighter use a specific kind of weapon, then I'd have to put that in. Then, your weapon itself, what does a weapon do? Melee combat, you gotta throw it. In other words, every time you attack with it, it has a quantity, and you throw it. Basically, it's a ranged attacker. Melee thrown, melee reach, ranged thrown, ranged load. In other words, you fire. It means after you use it, you gotta load it. Ranged extended load, and then trap. So yeah, those are your weapon actions. All these definitions define the type of weapon. All the rule system is based off of these stats. And then, of course, your standard things about your weapon, where, what's its damage? Does it have a special ability? What's its cooldown for that special ability? What, need a trigger. I'm in the wrong spot. Yeah, so weapons you can apply like special enchantments, which basically spell on a weapon. You define when it gets triggered, what the target needs to do to save it, what's the extra damage, and then what kind of damage is that special, that special attack. So yeah, this defines your weapons. A spell, basically, a spell says I need I need an effect that's going to affect targets, friendly, hostile, multiple, single. What level is the target? What level is the spell? There's 7 levels in the spells. And what does it take to learn the spell? And, yeah, so this is the definition of what spells are. Effects are the things, so effect is anything all the interactions, all the transactions in the game. So you have things like, I want to do something in the game. Everything is funneled through this system. When you attack, well, down to the direct weapon attacks, that's a weapon attack is intrinsic into the system, but generally I can perform this effect, perform a harm hit point effect, means it's going to subtract hit points. And do it in a way of mundane, means physical damage. Only do it against a target, hostile. The category of that is it's a harming thing that's going to happen. And, the effect trigger, this is going to be used, actually. It goes up here. That's what I was looking for before. We'll get back to that. And then the aspect, this defines, well, how do you define the effect? It's a death effect, an eldritch effect, enchantment, aberration, protection, mental illusion. I have a lot of went through and created a very large amount of dimensions to an effect. I think I have too many of them, but essentially these are all individual descriptors. It gives the type of effect. So if I have a fire effect directed at me, but then I have a fire protection effect on me, the game engine goes, oh, you have a fire protection effect called a condition, fire protection, and then you got cast a fire spell against you that's a fire. Well, it will then know, okay, the game system is going to be able to figure out that because I have those things occurring, the effect of any interaction of that fire spell is going to be protected. Oh, sure. So the question is asked, how punishing is it when a member of the party loses their life? Well, most of the encounters I'm trying to balance for a six player party. So anytime you have less than 6 players, you're going to be upping your challenge pretty quickly. Getting caught in the lower depths of the dungeons, or generally you want to fight monsters above your level by 1 or 2 so that you can get the better experience. You lose a character, then you need to get out of that level. So by the time you lose, so one of the punishing is that depending how deep you are for your level, you need to escape the level if you have a lost down party level. So that's one of the effects of how the punishment. Other than that, getting into survivability, if you overextended and been lucky at the lower levels because of the charm of lots of gold and such, right? But now you lost a character. Oh boy, things will cascade pretty precipitously quickly. And because of that mechanic alone is going to be an effect. The second worst problem about losing a character might depend on how they lost their life. Being totally petrified, or petrified. You might have to find the cure, or you have to, you find a cure like that. The only other thing that's punishing is that's not too punishing. I mean, obviously you don't want to have a character die. It doesn't totally ruin you. It just depends on if you overextended yourself, which really is the problem. The only real punishment is that it is it's quite variable to bring the character back. So there might be some in-game things you could do to increase the chances, but really it's a dice roll. A chance that your character comes back, and you have to spend gold to get your character back, and the higher level your character, the more expensive it is. So that's going to be a game balancing point. It can be very cruel. You lose your character, it might be basically 25% chance of losing it permanently. The way the game engine works right now, all the items on the character stays on the character. I don't have a way for you to take them off of it, so that if it does die and disappear, everything they were wearing disappears with it. So I'll probably put in an option, and so then now you get into, do you want to be micromanagement? I have to go to the temple, or I have to go to the a place to get them resurrected. I have to go into a game menu that says take all their items. And I could make a game rule. If you keep the items with them, then it's more likely for them to come back to life. But if you take your items off of them, less likely you'll lose important things. So I got to gamify that a little bit, right? Make that risk reward. Keep especially the higher level characters. Maybe encourage them to take the risk. So yeah. In general, the higher level your characters are, losing them is a pain. The game is set up for you to go and constantly bring up some more characters, kind of keep a secondary party, a tertiary party going. Depending on some play testing, I might have to come up with some sort of fast tracking of getting people. Starting off with a level 7 character, maybe. Things like that. Hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, you have game effects basically describe, how does an effect occur. This is basically, how do we go about manipulating the game engine so that we can cause effect? Through damage, through spells, through things like that. Yeah, so basically effects, weapons, armor, items. Items is the physical use of effects, and spells spells will be defined as a, gives you that spell experience. Over here we have some more infrastructure things. This is pure coding issues. When you're working with JSON files and you have some complex data structures, which we do, I have to go in and tell JSON, hey, here's how you deal with pulling data back in. So because from a programmer side of things, I can have, these are abstract classes. You can't serialize an abstract class necessarily. What happens is that everything is a derived of character. This character class over here. Also, all the data is on the character class. So that's written out. When it comes back in, JSON goes, yeah, I don't know how to create. Nothing tells me programmatically that data is supposed to be a cleric data or paladin data, things like that. So I have a system set up to put in a programmatic generated name of what the class is, so that when it writes the data out into the file, it has a section in there that says cleric, ninja, sage. And then over here in the JSON handler, it basically says, when you come across a character this definition of type this, I want you to read what it is and instantiate basically you're telling JSON, this is the object you create, now fill it up with the JSON information. So that's meta stuff, non-game engine stuff. This is game engine stuff. So the idea of the Bart's equip, Bart's for like, getting your weapons and armor, and a place to get your potions and a place to get resurrections. Those are all game function menus. I'm just calling game function menus. I'm just calling game functions that says create an item and do a transaction and give it and put it into the character's inventory. It's just game rule management, game functionality management. And it's really reliant on however you create the web page, because it has to organize the information you need to call those functions, like pick what you want to buy, and then it looks at the cost and does some of the game rule stuff. So there's no actual systems for, I don't have an in class or that type of thing. Now, in the future, probably should build in the game the concept of an in and these things, because that gives me maximum portability, so that I don't have to go out and create necessarily a bunch of web pages that orchestrate or put together those types of connections, those function calls. Instead, I just defer it right to the game engine. Hey, I'm at an in. Give me the menu, or give me the data that represents the menu, and then I'm going to give you the data that represents the menu choice. But I don't have that right now. I don't need it. As I'm thinking about how to convert this into other game engines, well, maybe. But what we do have, though, is the concept of, in the game, is the maze. Because that's really the whole, that's the core of the game, is what you do and interact in the maze. So what is a maze? Well, it's a 2D matrix. 3D, actually. It's a 3D matrix. It has, you have X, Y, and Z rooms. You have an array of a 30 by 30 array, and then you have 10 layers of that. So you have 10 of those arrays. So each level is an array of 30 by 30, 10 of them. Programmatically, I've created constants, and I use these constants throughout the code, so that if I wanted to add 20 levels, well, just increase this by the appropriate amounts, and it should extend down to 20. Currently, the game design is the mazes are shared across everyone who's playing on the server. There are static information. It just describes it's everything. So there isn't like you can change the environment yet. Change the environment, and it is only saved to you, your instance of the game. But if you blew up a room, a world spell would cause, from that point on, everyone has the same experience. Well, this is where the data is located. So basically, I describe what is a room. A room has walls, or the lack of walls. A room can have, room communicates with the FBLR, forward, back, left to right enumerations. You want to move forward, you want to move back, you move left, you want to move right. Your cardinal direction, north, south, east, west. You could have things like these enumerations are used when I'm doing matrix rotations. I'm rotating the matrix around so I can determine when you basically rotate it around to find the room that you're facing, the next room. this is a helper for that. When you're in a room, you could have a stair. If you only one stair per room, and that stair either goes up, down, or both. If it's both, if it's up, that means then, well, if I define it as up, and you're at the top level of the maze, the game will go, yeah, wait, no, you can't go up. Even though it says you can go up, it'll just say something like, this seems to be a ladder just attached to the ceiling for a joke. Can't go up because you're already at the top level. But technically, your top level only has down ladders. In between levels, you'd have them both an up and down. I can make it if you come across a down ladder, that means you're going to go to the room directly below you on the level below you, same room. Now that you're in that room, if that room does not have an up ladder, you just went through a one-way hole. You went down. Now you got to figure out how to get back up. And both means it allows you to go up and down. So it depends on, you have to get into the room to determine what you can do next. You have a town exit, basically it takes you right to town. Then I have a special exit. I'm going to be working with that. Excuse me. I'm going to be working with that. If you set up you have the ability to set up a refuge point, and then any part of the maze that has an exit means it's going to exit directly to that refuge point. And the default is not set, meaning there is no stairs. I'm experimenting. I had experimented with outdoor mazes. I have a bunch of graphics that have trees, rocks, grass, bogs. I turned it off for now. But yeah, you can have an outdoor maze. And that's what this means. The floor type is a maze. It means that room is a maze type. I had the idea of a tunnel. Some of the graphics, I'm still working on trying to figure out how to get the tunnel to look right in a generative way, procedurally generated way. I got some really weird looking tunnels. So I turned it off. Outdoor means that you're outside. Just general outside. There's no grass. Is a very specific kind of floor, rock floor, trees floor, and a swamp floor. The doors that you come across, it's just a standard door. You have to open it. What I don't have in here, and I should, is a locked door, a wall, a weak wall. I should actually have a weak wall. So you have the door, a wall, none. Spawn means if you hit it, it'll immediately spawn something. A hidden door basically means it looks like a wall, but it's actually a door. Fake wall means it looks like a wall, but it's not a wall. I don't implement those yet. Cracked wall would be just basically a wall that has a crack in it that, if you wanted a special effect, maybe allowing it to go into another room, maybe it teleports you, if you successfully break through the cracked wall, you just appear somewhere else in the maze, things like that. Then I just have some extra special game mechanic type things where you don't see the door. Basically, it's not a door or a wall. Yeah. Then if you go through it, it'll instantly spawn whatever. Once you activate it, it is going to spawn something. Short delay, long delay. And then once you trigger this, it means it'll trigger the event. It'll trigger the party spawn per maze entrance. So once it gets triggered, that particular thing can't get triggered again until you leave the maze and come back into the maze. Resets it. So these are like scenario-based battles. The ghost of sorts, or a certain kind of monster that only occurs once per dungeon delve. So this is where I'm going to implement that. Yeah, so this is the physical construct that helps you navigate the maze. So this is all the programmatic structure to deal with that. And then each room of the maze can determine what randomly gets generated. It behaves very much like in pixel art, where you could create an indexed color palette. And so each pixel, you could assign a number like 1 to 255 and then go back and define the colors. Same thing with the rooms. You could give it an index, and then the entire, each floor has what's called a spawn bank. And it contains at least one entry. The very first entry is the scenario spawn, which represents if the default monster generation is your scenario generator. That's index 0. All rooms start with index 0, so that's just by default. But the game engine truly works off of, it looks at the room index, does a lookup, and determines what monsters to spawn. If I increase the number to 2 or 3 or 4, then that represents the entries in the spawn bank. So if I wanted this room to be just slimes, then I can have an encounter level spawner, which says randomly pick from these slime groups. Or I could say I want white slimes in this room only. Then this specifically says just generate white slimes. So it gives me the ability to have a lot of variants. I could craft, or I could, paint the mazes with different kinds of difficulties by setting up these spawn tables. This is the mechanism that you do that. So you have the regular monster spawns, and then you also have, I turned it off, but basically it's random maze effects that you really can't do anything about. It just happens to your party. And things like, as you go down a hallway, you've triggered spikes. So X number of people take damage. Or, weirdly enough, you're in an area where you just get healed. You could have some nice things happen to you too. Those are random maze effects. So that's why each kind of a spawn definition, you have random encounter odds, which basically means random maze effects, if you have any. Like all of a sudden a bunch of rats come running down the hallway and they bite you for 1 point of damage. Somebody gets a couple of damage, some people don't. Which is interesting, because if you got some really badly injured characters and you're trying to get back and suddenly a random event, you got hit by poison gas clouds. Oh, you lost your character. Crap. That's the way it happens. So it gives you that, that dangerous capabilities. Yeah. What I don't have is specific. I don't have a way to specifically define this maze encounter. Now that I think about it, I think that would be an interesting system to plug in, because through that system, I could have basically a gas attack, like say miasma, and if I were to set that room to 100%, or just it always going to give you miasma, then you could get into the parts of the maze where this is just dangerous. It's always miasma. And if your characters don't have a condition that they haven't cast a spell that gives them the ability to protect them from miasma, then you're always going to take damage. So that's one thing I can be adding to the game. And it's data driven. So the mob spawn odds basically say, I've told the room what it can spawn, but I didn't say how often. What's the chances of whatever I want it to spawn? Well, this works off of one in odds system. So If it's a 20, it means a 1 in 20 chance that something happens. If it's a 2, 50-50, 1 in 2. If it's a 1, every single time you hit that room, it's going to spawn something. 1 in, generally the game right now is defaulting to either between 1 in 15 and 1 in 20. I find that to give you a nice continual threat mix. But just as random things are, even if I do set it to 1 in 20, I've had able to move 40 spaces in the, every time you move in the maze, that's one attempt, that's one roll to check to see if that happens. Spin left or right, that's a check. Any movement, every time you do one bit of movement, is a check. Yeah, I've gone, I've had it just be long enough where I'll be like, is this working? Doesn't seem to be right. Now random says you could have, it could take quite a while. So yeah, that's how you generate the monsters. And then finally, the system responsible for making monsters are over here. This class is huge because really it's a helper class to programmatically create weapons, assign weapons, armor, spells, things like that. Here, I've broken down some classes, like, I've programmatically said, okay, these are what I call critters, humanoids, oozes, slimes, undead humanoids, and so forth and so on. I'll be adding more of the classes. I programmatically then set it up to say, okay, these are the different versions of the parties that can be created, and at what numbers, the ability for the system to take a look at your average character level and make different generations based off of your character level. The versioning system just basically means, I think I might have helped a little bit by putting in some, and I didn't, took them out. The versioning system basically means a higher class of orc. I don't have a good way to describe to myself as a developer when I look at this. Well, what ranges is it? Well, let's look through the, look at V1 means it goes up to level 6. Orcs V2 goes to 8 level, from 8 to 12. Levels 8 to 12. If you're not 8 or above, then it will do this spawn structure, which is quite a bit stronger than, let's say, the default for this guy. This default will generate orc fighters, which are mob fighter, of type mob fighter, between 1 and 2 of them, between levels 1 and 2, versus running up against level monsters up against between levels 4 and 5 and 5 and 7. Between 3 and 5 levels, you get between 3 and 5 orcs that are levels 4 and 5, and between 1 or 2 orcs that are levels 5 through 7. And then the custom weapons is what they have with that. So here's the custom weapons. You get a dagger, a short sword, club, and a spear. They all have an equal chance of distribution. So no, actually you don't. There's a higher chance of getting a short sword or a dagger, and if you don't get one of those two, you're going to get a spear or a club. And then for armor, there you have an equal chance of being leather, chain shirt, or studded leather. Yeah, so you're basically, equipping your characters. And this is just programmatically describing, here's how to create them. Then so these represent this is a descriptive way of so this represents data that describes how to make the monsters. This basically gives you an instruction set that says, here is the randomness and the how much variability I want. This, you know, and this all gets compiled. I mean, all these classes end up being a data structure called mob definition. And ultimately, we're going to store just mob definitions in memory. So basically, when the game starts up, it's going to run all these generations and then create the data called mob definitions. In theory, if I were to just export mob definitions out onto the disk or onto the hard drive, you go with the JSON editor and you know what you're doing, you edit those files. Game-wise, I technically just need to load up the mob definitions, and that's going to define how to create all the monsters. So this is the part where it makes the game data-driven. Now programmatically, I can create my scenarios so that it'll generate the game. But if I detect any kind of custom, I'll use the custom. And I won't use this to generate. So, anytime I need to have a pool of basically choices, here's your choice list. I want to create a choice list of these 3 armors. I want to create a choice list of these weapons, or I want to create a choice list of these spells. And basically the definition says, hey, I want you to make a choice. You know, I've a set way of describing how to roll a choice, and this has a set way of then generating that choice. So you have that. Also, the scores are also a range. This is an instruction that says, here's how you create a score between these levels. If I set the hit point min and max, then it will roll between those directly. If I don't set those, it will then look up if it's a mob fighter. It knows you get up to 10 hit points per level. And if I have level 5, it'll auto generate the hit points based off of the level, or I could override it. I could say, you know, generate levels between what levels. I have several types of game brains. This is the class name and actual text name of the brains, because that's data driven. The name of the class is a programmatic actual name of the class, like mob fighter, mob decapitator. Actually, mob fighter decapitator, mob fighter ice. That describes the type of actual code. Basically, it says use this code to define this monster. If the vantage is set, that basically means anytime I roll all these things, roll it twice and take the best. Just gives it a leg up. It gives a little something potentially for something stronger. If the vantage is negative, then it will take the worst roll of those. I can also... Yeah, here's your weapon choice, your armor choice. With the weapon choices themselves, I could also say, I want you to, based off of the prime weapon club, I want you to override the weapon name and call it, like, you know, Fist of Steel. And I want to override the damage by setting my own damage numbers in here. What does that mean? That means it says, load up the base weapon club, modify that the copy of that with the new damage and the weapon name. And if I just simply flat out want to say, I don't care about the character level, because the higher level characters you are, they can have multiple attacks. I can simply say this special weapon gives that mob 3 attacks. So when the battle system works, it goes, okay, this weapon overrides all of the game engine. It just simply says you're going to get 3 attacks. You get 3 hits, a chance you get to attack 3 times per round of battle. So that's, basically this controls the random variability for your game. Yeah, this defines the character itself. You take a collection of mobile definitions and totally lose where I'm at. You create what's called a party definition. Party definition is the description of how to create a party. And then that party is given a list of party definitions. Mobile definitions. Basically says, create a party using these characters. And how does it do that? Well, you have a mobile party chance. Mobile party chance is much like a weapon choice, except I should have called these, these are choices, but really, these are chances. This is a mobile party chance. That record represents, I can override, at this level, a whole set of armor choices and weapon choices. How many groups do I want to generate? This is what to generate. This says, take a look at the average level of your characters of the player party, and if the player party is equal to or greater than, then use this chance. And then the chance, if I have 5 mobile party chances set up with the same chance, then it will then determine which of those groups, which party is going to be spawned. And then, that's the mobile, that defines basically, here's a group of parties, and the group of parties, each party then is defined as to how to build the party. So it's a layer. You got the mobs themselves, party, what is that party, how is it constituted, randomly, and then you can then take mobile party chances and say, let's make multiple groups of party chances. That becomes an encounter. An encounter means I'm going to pick between all these party chances, one of those party chances, and then inside that party chance, it's going to say create parties or a party with this random number of party members. So an encounter is a collection of chance or party chances. And then a scenario is a group of chances of encounters. So you got this cascading chance system. This level has mostly humanoids and a few undead and a few slimes. So what is it? Pick humanoids. Okay. Humanoid is an encounter. What do you consider humanoids? In this, for humanoid version 1, it's going to be kobolds, orcs, wild men. And then if I pick orcs, well, then I go to the orc chance and says, okay, of the orcs, you could choose between these 3 different party configurations of orcs. So that's just how, basically, that's the generation system, and then all the programmatic things that support that. So this is part of the maintenance. This is part of the setup of the game. Instructions on how to create the game environment. So where do you get creative? Well, constructing the chance tables for what kind of monsters, given the monster's abilities. As a programmer, I might need to go in here and create more distinct type of monsters. These are kind of generic, but I might want to make, you know, more deadly, more capable monsters that have a lot more things and what they can do. For example, a mob decapitation fighter has an after attack ability action, so anytime it successfully attacks, it's going to attempt to decapitate your character. Just flat out dead. Dangerous. So it's roguelike. You don't know which is dangerous until you get affected by one, and you go, they could do that. Then you avoid them like the plague. So you got different things like that. Undead basically says, I will set up aspects. Yeah, not a fun way. Well, I'm just trying to capture an older game that I hated it, but it's great. It's genius. Very roguelike. Wizardry. Wizardry 1 was like the grandfather of all these types of games. And you go into the maze, and even on the first level of the maze, you can get into what's called highwaymen or swashbucklers. And even at low-level characters, like, you know, you can come across these guys. Yeah, and it just has the ability to go, oh, by the way, you guys decapitated. Like, what? What? I mean, I even had it. I spent like hours regenerating, re-rolling, and re-rolling, and re-rolling. Got my party. I go in there. The very first battle. Decapitated. What? I have no gold to bring this guy back. Sell his equipment. Start over. So, the cost of dying there is high. So, I mean, some people just rage quit right then, right? I have a friend that I like him, but you know, things like that. He doesn't brook that type of game. I don't want that kind of game. It's not fun. To me, it's kind of fun. I mean, you know, it's that. I mean, I could be really cruel, right? I could have events where, oh, you went down a level. Oh, your fighter tripped and broke his neck. What? My epic, legendary fighter in the making has tripped and broke his neck. We don't need to make it too realistic. Oh, for comedic purposes, though, I mean, there's just, you know, it's, you can imagine, oh, you ran into a block of slime. Oop, you have no armor. What? Yeah, you could do that here. Yeah. I think I have some changes from the last time I streamed. Just record these, I guess. Oh, what happened? There. Oh, it's running. I'm trying to get that screen. There it is. Finally. Proof that the server is running. Wonderful. Alright. Let's see if I can set up game. Excuse me. Hopefully it's not too loud. I think I should be when I had levels last time. Oh yeah, so this looks more pretty now. Made the screen work. Well, that's the. Yeah, that, I mean, that's, I mean, I'm trying to, I mean, I have played D&D and I played some other RPG type games, tabletop stuff. And what I want to try to do is, because it's kind of retro, it is kind of ready, you know, read stuff. If a player were to, as you play the game, metagame it, like, you know, try to like think of your characters as characters, and so you're purposely role playing in your head a little bit. You're adding things to the game or to the characters that really the game not doing at all. You could fully do it yourself and start, you know, having fun with that. You know, it's like, oh, he missed. This guy always missed because he's clumsy. You don't know he's clumsy. You don't know if, you know, but you can kind of get that. As a storyteller, I need to then start putting a little bit of things in the game, just enough, if anything, to subconsciously. I'm not trying to be, you know, subverting, but if I could subconsciously get you to, as a player, role play in your head your characters a little bit, either by hints in the little bit of game story actions and things like that, or just have the game the ability to understand what has happened history-wise on your characters, and the NPCs speak. You know, I generate the text, but it's in such a way that it seems like, you know, you're in the world and they know what you're doing, and add some of that intangible flavor to your character. Then yeah, you kind of, you know, if I could form feelings of nostalgia. I mean, you get down into a certain level you haven't been for a while. You had some pretty good experience. Now you can do it again. You know, if I could invoke nostalgia, if I can invoke that fear of I might lose my character, or, you know, just enough of the game mechanic that it doesn't bludgeon you over the head with this is the game mechanic. But yeah, if it kind of gives you a hint, and, you know, and obviously you got to like this kind of genre of games, then yeah, you could then put together just enough of a game mechanic to help support your own role playing. You know, so I got to find those nuances as I make this game and stuff. But yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, there's no dating in the game, but I might have something innocuous in the game, like purchase an ogre wine, and you want to get, you know, purchase and give it to a character. The game mechanic really doesn't do anything. It allows you to do that, but then that kind of strengthens, if you're role playing, you know, a relationship in your own party. You know, you have some game mechanic that, you know, you do it as a game mechanic, but it really doesn't, you know, I don't know. It's just something like that. I really would like to make it so that it just kind of guides you toward that, but it's really not there. We'll see. Wait, health. Oh, I gotta go back to. I'm sleep. Oh, we're barely hurt. So, some of those events, like, you know, we were talking earlier, Evil, about, you know, can you get a hold of NPCs or special characters? Well, the inn in the jobs request information, once in a while when you visit the inn, there'll be a fourth thing that just pops up, an event. You know, a bard has come in to speak of conquest, and if you click on that, it'll bring you to the screen where you have a couple interactive type of choices as it tells you a story, and at the end of that, little of a choose your own adventure type of thing going on. That's where I would, that's the mechanism where I'm going to put that type of thing, is in here. Other things can happen is that while you're at the inn, the reason why it's called Rooms, Food, and Rumpus, there's bar fights once in a while. You get to participate in a bar fight, or whatever, you know, you could do things like that inside this. This is where it can happen. When you do jobs, some of the side effects are the game is going to take notice of what you're choosing on these job boards and such, and so that would add some either mystique, or it could add some what do you call it when you have intrigue. Because there are going to be a concept of like an opposing factions. Because this is the central point, Treptera. It's on top of this ancient dungeon that has magical capabilities. It's almost like another plane, and it's not subduable per se. And so people from all around the world, from different stations, come to do this. So you might have other storyline things occurring. So yeah, that's I just got to, as a game maker, got to make it so that it's not hidden, that there are signs and things that point to that type of interaction. But I would like to put in some hidden, that being said, put in some like sleuthable things. For example, if you happen to, and I could also put another menu item here, it might pop up randomly, like a town crier. Something that occurs, well, you click on that, you listen, things like that. So yeah, that would be the storyline type of systems where I'd put that in. Yeah, so here's some of the, okay. I'm changing out the visuals here a little bit. Made the maze so now it's inside here. What I do need to add is some more sound effects. I do want to have the sounds of walking through the maze. I do like this ambient music. This is like, I have like four or five tracks. I could add more. It randomly picks the background music in the maze, and I like this particular one. As I go through some other types of music, I may have themed levels in which the music is going to be very specific, because every of the 10 levels, every couple levels are going to be like the boss level. Ooh, slides. Oh, so a inadvertent capability popped itself up. And normally what happens when you do combat, you're just going to pick the group that you're going to fight. And there's a loose concept of melee ranged front and back. It's not a tabletop strategy where you're going to move people around specifically and use terrain. It's a very generic battle type system where everyone's moving around in fluid. So the idea of ranged weapons right now, I'm still trying to work out, because it's really not ranged to the game per se. I mean, I could make it so that if you have a flying mob, you have a 1 in 25, you only have 25% chance of just striking the monster. Because, I mean, if I'm ranged, why would I ever fly over you in striking range? I'd constantly attack. But, for game purposes, I would have to like greatly reduce even the ability to attack something if you don't have a ranged weapon. So now I have to balance between, well, you can't swap weapons out, or can you swap weapons out in the middle of battle? Is that part of the strategy of how you set up your character, your party groups? The battle system it's a different battle system. So generally I just say attack that group. And what happens is that your characters randomly pick monster attack, and overall the randomness just everyone doesn't necessarily always focus fire. The focusing action of is random, so you get that if the enemy can cast a spell, you hope they can gang pile that caster, but in reality it's random. So if you are kind of role playing, you start seeing patterns. They don't exist. You can kind of, it kind of helps there. But game wise, it's not real strong. It's very, very random, and maybe that's too random. So I said I want everyone to fight. Well, what I can do for fighting is I can actually pick a slime to fight. Now, right now, it's telling you too much information I've discovered. Because, why is this guy battered? How did he get attacked already? I don't remember seeing an attack. Oh, I went to the inn and never slept. I will do it. Anyway, yeah, you have your slimes. I'll attack that slime. You can see how they're... This is the random picks. Well, because of how it's set up this way, I could actually say, I want you to attack something specific. I want everyone to attack this one slime. And if I really want to do that, I wouldn't have this stuff constantly scrolling every time you click on it, but I'll need to work on that. Now, yes, I selected everything. The game brain right now is still ignoring those selections and just it's still going to randomly pick. So, I have a couple of options. Maybe it's an ability that allows you to specifically target something. Normally, you won't be able to target. So that gives you character, it gives you character class uniqueness. And that might be something that'd be more worthwhile. So I need to hide the selection of characters. This derived from the fact that when you do a spell, I wanted to get rid of the drop down. Spell, cleric. Right now I have a drop down for spells, but I also want to do the same thing for spells. Show a spell book with the number on it, tell you what level it is, and the name of the spell, so you can have more of a graphical pick system. But right now this is just your standard HTML drop down. But yeah, it's okay. But I'm gonna do say heal. Well, now I get to pick my characters instead of having a drop down. I can see a character, and I can see their health now. Go, oh, yeah, heal this guy, please. And then once you selected the heal, it goes back to show what everyone's doing. Now I'll just attack. I'll hit battle. Now you just do your normal. So the battle acts of shock. I think I can hit ready. Oh, everyone's dead. Perfect. The weapon editor. Here's the battle axe of shock. I give it a unique name. Now, this is a programmer screen, so I need to add some safeguards if I want to make this more of a screen available to the person who bought the game, or just simply the caveat is you can mess up your game if you don't know what you're doing. But here's the power. Yeah, cost in silver, total cost. The lowest amount is silver. If this weapon is supposed to be a mob-only weapon, that means it won't show up and you can't buy it. The name of the weapon, the description, like an axe, but specially crafted for hewing trunks of humanoids, may product produce electrifying results. It's a melee weapon, martial, slashing, versatile. It does between 1 and 8 damage. It has an effect. By saying it has an effect, it means that it's a magical weapon. It's lightning effect. It requires a dex check, or the target needs to do a dex, a save to avoid it. If they fail, they get 2 to 4 more damage in lightning. Because it is a lightning effect, this is also 1d8 of type lightning damage. But it's kind of that it's a physical, it's a flavor of damage. So because now it's electrical weapon, if I have protection against electricity, the physical damage 1 through 8 gets blunted, as well as all the total damage gets blunted because I have protected from lightning. Because it is an effect, it does 2 to 4 damage. saving of 12. That just flat out says this is extra damage, extra lightning damage. Do I want to apply a condition? I say yes, I do. Well, what condition is it going to apply? It's going to apply a lightning condition that does continual damage based on the level. So no matter what, there's like a formula in the game between however many levels. It does like 1 to 4 more damage per round. So it's like once you get hit by lightning, you got charges on you, zapping you continuously. And this level determines how long it lasts and how much damage it does. What's the condition trigger for this condition to occur? A hit. Anytime if there was any successful hit that occurred in the attack, attempt to apply this condition. If I require a critical hit, then you say critical hit. If I require a miss, I could have the weapon hurt myself. And this is how you do it, by setting this up. It could be that the weapon only does this if I parry. Condition target basically means the hostile. That means it's going to affect my target. If I had some sort of weapon that every successful hit healed my party, I would say party. Well, I guess I'll need to work on that, but yeah, you could affect the party. Now the charge system works like this. You could do it 19 times, this effect. And it requires 3 rounds after the effect is applied. And it takes 3 rounds to charge. And once charged, it'll take a charge off. And then it takes 3 rounds before you could use this ability again. So this is, it gives you a limited amount of the ability, and it's not always on all the time. There will be places in the game to recharge your weapon and things like that. Because once this is depleted, this effect no longer will happen anymore because it's out of charges. Yeah, so you can go through here. I could take like a battle axe, say make a copy of it. It makes a copy of the battle axe. Then I could then give it more abilities. Like a superior battle axe does between 2 and 8 damage. Or 3 and 7. I can keep it does better minimal damages and things like that. Yep, so that room. The idea of doors is basically a way to get into another room. I need to add more attributes, like it should be locked, or it has some sort of check. It needs to check to see if you have any party members has a certain condition. So what would happen, since the game works off of having effects and conditions. If you were in possession of an item, when you first enter in the maze, the game engine would check for certain kind of items on any character's inventory, and if it exists, depending on that item, you could have a round of just automatically applies effects, auras, or whatever. Some of these will be hidden that your character doesn't know that there's an effect. For instance, if you were to grab an artifact, artifact, or a statue, or a key, and basically it applies that effect on your party. This door says check for that effect. If you have that effect present, you can just go through the door. Boom, with the door. Otherwise, it'll act as if you hit the wall. So that's how I have some effects. Ooh, wild. Have everyone attack. The group is called Wild Men. Each individual is a crazy man. So yeah, you can see some of that variability. Mage, I'm gonna do a sleep. And we'll just do battle. Hey, wizard got his spell off right away. Oh, everyone's toast. I'm liking this compact. Now I just got to get this. I got to update the website with the new codes that you can give it a try. Evil. Now I got 4 of them. Have this guy do a. Oh, I hit battle by accident. Game is unforgiving. You hit battle, okay, I'll do it. Alright, we'll try this again. Probably should have some sort of state where it, I don't know. Lava burst. Dead again. Right, looks like they got blasted. And they did get blasted. But I just want to sit and listen to the music. Now, what I use is a JavaScript called Howler. That's the engine behind it. Excuse me. What I haven't shown on stream yet is my horrible JavaScript development skills. So, you have a thing called channels in JavaScript and browsers. You have a named broadcast channel, and what that means is that in JavaScript, I can send messages to this channel, and any open browser windows or tabs that, if they connected to that same broadcast channel, allows you to connect or send data back and forth between open tabs, multiple tabs. And so I set up a broadcast channel. This is a JavaScript API. And then basically assign on message. When I receive a message, take the data and split it, because I'm going to send a colon code. And I determine the default volume by the second variable. I could set the volume on this. Basically, I'm sending information about to the broadcast channel what music to send, what music to play. And when it receives a message, it deciphers the message, sets the Howler overall volume, and then check to see if I need to go set a soundscape. The first parameter, so that's an array, it's split to 2 elements, 0 and 1. request 0 contains a code for a soundscape, what I call a soundscape. But it has to be, if it's defined. I can just send a blank colon if I just want to simply immediately adjust the volume. That's how it responds to that volume adjustment. So I have a thing called soundscape. And then of course I have a function that says parse init. Int builds out and basically goes through and ensures that it is a number and returns a value. You pass in a default value, which is in this particular case 20. So if this isn't a number at all, just use a 20 divided by 100 because the volume has to be a decimal fraction of what between 0 and 1. All right. So yeah, this sets up the structure for the game music, and what I do is I go through and I set up a bunch of entries. I just want to hard code these entries, name the variable names, and this is the actual names of the MP3s. I go and basically make a library like this, and then I create an array of encounters, which is these, and exploration are those. A function to deal with the fade in, fade out. So that way, when I tell the engine, basically I tell this code that runs all the time, that when I say play another soundscape, it will automatically take the play, give the instruction to gradually go down to whatever, basically volume 0. And then at the end, Howler then says, I have reached volume 0. It goes back and says, okay, I've saved what it should do next. Once that is done, it launches. Actually, I made that wrong, but anyway, it then launches the new music, and I do the opposite. I fade in from 0 up. I alter the delay. A new song comes up to volume slower than the old song. It goes down in volume faster. So that's why you get one fading in and one fading out at the same time. Get that nice transition instead of the abrupt sound. That's built into this. And then I have different code words for the sounds. So if I say send in, I want you to start. What does start mean? I want you to fade in, sound start, and sound town. What does that mean? It means I want you to fade in, sound start, and when sound start is done playing, play town. So that's why when you first play the game, you get that nice fanfare music. And once the fanfare music is done, it just then goes into loop of sound town. And it sets the soundscape to town. And what is town? Sound town. Basically, you say what sound code do you want? It translates it to the type of sound. Every time the soundscape is started, I just simply go and randomly figure out, give me an explore number and give me a pick number. And then if the command happens to say explore, well then it randomly picks the next song. Fade in that song. Replace the current song, stop playing it, and play this one. So yeah, that's... Now, on activate game, this goes in, sets up basically, when this is called, it sets up the game system, the sound system, sets default values, looks for a division called pregame. So basically, sound JavaScript runs in the shell outside the game, the iframe. Because it runs there, that page is always running in your browser when you play this game. The rest of the game is played inside of that page in the iframe. The game runs inside the iframe, sends commands through the channel to tell the outside to play the music. That way my sound system isn't constantly resetting every time you go to the next section of the game, you know, from town to battle to exploration. So since it runs inside, a page runs inside of a page, the child page tells the parent page the music because the sound engine is running on the parent page. Anyway, that was my solution to the problem. And then, of course, this is the game side. This supports all of the JavaScript. When I push certain buttons, deal with replacing code. You know, the look and feel of the pages, any kind of like input support, manipulations and things like that. So this gives support for that. And SignalR has the thing to send information back. I was basically using SignalR for sending back asynchronously. So you do something on the page, the web browser does something, comes back and renders the page, but the game server in the background is still figuring out some stuff. And then once you've gotten the page rendered, it's going to come back and say, okay, send back through SignalR a data set that says, now that you got the page rendered, I want you to change the user interface, you know, the graphics, to represent the game state now. And so that gives me a way to not have to have it constantly render the game state to the web page every time you refresh the web page. Now there's another function out there called HTMX, which I could use instead of SignalR. What's nice about SignalR is that I can initiate the call from the server to the browser while the browser is listening. And HTMX is kind of the opposite direction. Same kind of thing, but from the opposite direction. All right. See how so the volume went down. It faded out the victory music, and it brings up a random exploration track. And what I did is I went through the different pieces that Ken made, and said, okay, what would represent good background music for exploring? And I just took my artistic ear. I want this, I want that, I want these things, and now let's use those. So that's what we have here. And I was going for suspense building, mystery, ambient type sounds. So it sets the mood. So yeah, the game music is actually very important for this game. Without the music, you're kind of losing out of the sense of the game a little bit. Dangerous approaching. And then also the same thing, I went through and picked various pieces of music that sound pretty cool for doing battles and such. I put that together. And then it also gets randomly picked. Now what's nice about that is that there are some good pieces that are very, very nice. And I will have a system where if you fight specific kinds of monsters in the game, well, maybe what I'd consider either boss level or, you know, important to the level. Yeah, the music should match it. And I can almost get as fancy as to, if I put phases of the battle in this, the music could change depending on your character's status. One thing I would or could do is have a set of battle music for normal battle, and then when somebody is below a certain hit points, excuse me. There we go. I could switch the mood of the music to something more dire sounding if your party is starting to fall apart. But right now it's just 2 magi kobolds and I'm level 13 or level 2 or 1, so if anyone dies, I'm gonna fire them. Let's give them a lava burst and then everyone else. Oh, I guess I'll have to manually say fight. You. Yep. Pick who to fight. I don't have that implemented, but you could. Alright, here we go. Stereo right off the bat. Very good of him. He must have heard if I die, I get fired, so he decided to get into action right away. There we go. I know, that's the whole point, right? Well, you know, I mean, they're obviously hovering around your dead body, so I could still tell you off. Don't bother coming back. Wait, don't you have to, like, you know, bring them back? Oh, yeah, I suppose. I'm not spending money. So if that case, if it did that, I would have the option to haunt. Because if you do notice, if I go back to town here, and I go to the Celestial Heroes here. Interesting notation down here. Inspired party members may decide not to return to this mortal realm, or their condition may be too grave for life services. Right? Yep. The CCSE cannot be held responsible for accidental chimera creation, zombification, or disintegration of fallen friends. Right? So they can come back as a chimera, which basically means I immediately go into battle. That'd be an interesting event. Always chance that you have you have a battle going on. So it'd be best to go back to the guild, pick up some more volunteers, then come back here as a full party to bring someone back, just in case someone has a vendetta. But it does say something to the effect of when friends decide to stand in fire and depart this world, end their astral journey here, right? Now here we go. Bothersome peers of yesteryear haunting the party's every move. What I should do is that if you do have characters that have passed on, I don't actually have them pass on. You can find the ghost of, and then I can create like a ghost of past fallen party members. How would you like to fight your a party member that you've emotionally put some emotional support into, and then they die, and then later on in the maze they come back retributively attacking you? Be nasty and funny. But yeah, no adventures found needing services. Oh, that's good. Let's go to... Oops, what's up? The guild hall is still... I'm still working on the guild. Awful. Right. There's guild. Stats. There's an example of the Mysterio. You got strength, dex, and health. So this number right here. Mysterio for a mage, I mean dex is a dump stat, or is it? If you have a higher stat in an ability that is not really used by the class, it doesn't mean the character can't use it, because they have a good dexterity. They're very dexterous, very quick. the chances of them getting another spell off faster is because their dexterity score is faster. It allows them to start acting faster. So their chances of them being first in battle is good. So let's consider those type of things when you're having your characters created. Now, Wizard here, he's just the run-of-the-mill wizard, honestly. I mean, he's even kind of sickly. But, no, hey, it works. He's level 13. He survived. What you don't see is a hidden stat. How many times you've died. I actually keep track. Here's the, maybe I should run a quick experience of what happens when we were to run a new party. Everything shrunk on me. Just kidding. The Doomed was a ragtag group of party members that I was expecting some failure, and they're level 4 now. I really should give them different names. Now that they've kind of proven themselves a little bit. I mean, we got a fighter that's basically dumber than a rock, unfortunately. I mean, he's about as low as he could be. This guy is... I mean, he's wise. He just doesn't have very many... He knows very few subjects, and he's very good at using those subjects he does know. He knows how to fight, eat, sleep, use the restroom. Occasionally breathe. I think that's what he could do. Yeah. Then we have the other fighter who is just, he's average. He's strong. He's actually okay. I pity him being in the test group. He's the one guy, he just knows enough that his group is bad. And he's in that, he is in fact in that group. We have an average cleric. You have a thief. Not so. I mean, a little bit. I skipped it. You have a cleric that's, yeah, good cleric. Not a genius, and the personality is lacking. And then we have Mr. Number 6. Yeah. They weren't kind to him. So, yeah, he has a strength of 3. He could barely make a walk around, maybe carry a staff. He's very sickly. Very, very sickly. Gets sick easy. His intelligence is, he's a smart guy. Not very common sense-ish. And he's awkward. I mean, there's, Get auto-modded. My auto-mod settings are a little bit tight. But that's okay. Yeah, basically. The clerics are, the cleric is basically the point where I just don't care. No, that's good. I was testing some stuff, so I have it kind of a little bit strict, a little bit, and it's fine. As far as I know of the auto-modding, it thinks what it might be, but that's not what you intended. Wow, that's way off. Just because you used the other word of poop. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. I wondered how that would work. I mean, don't test it, please. I want to find out the extent of how that would be, but... Alright. Auto. So, it was interesting about the auto mod system. I will purposely like misspell a word to make it sound funny. And I'm honest. I was on a stream, I think Jackie Codes, and we were talking. I think I don't know, talking with like an Elmer Fudd way of pronouncing things, or purposely mispronouncing words. So I took a word and I mispronounced it on purpose. And I learned something I did not know. That the mispronounced word, or the miswritten word to make it sound funny, in English is just fine. But in England, or on the British Isle side, that word actually has a meaning, and it's very derogatory. And I'm like, what? This does not mean that at all. But apparently I've inadvertently created a foreign word that's not in my language, but it is in someone else's, and it just happened to be very, very bad. And I looked it up, and I'm like, ooh, that's not what that is. Because instead of like automating me, it asked me, are you sure you want to send this? I'm like, of course. I mean, well, wait a minute. Why is it asking me? What kind of can of worms has been presented to me? So I did some research, like, what does this mean? What's it think is wrong with it? It could be the only thing that's different is this. Oh. So, warg riders is a word, but if you were to, that's what we were talking about, something. It was based off of warg. Oh, that's right. I'm not going to say it because of this, but, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's what it was, and it was a alliteration of that word, and that meant something else. I'm like, ooh, that was interesting. I don't, yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. There's a lot of instances like that. I mean, there's words that in English that you say something, it means something completely different in Russian, but it's the same, sounds the same. Phonetically, I mean, it sounds the same, but the word means like something completely different. So, yeah. Let's see if I can get this to work. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to be rebuilding the guild hall interaction. This is not going to work at all. And this is not exactly the best intuitive way of editing it. I was so wanting to get this to work that I just got it to work. All right. So we got... Here's my fighter here. Erica. His name is Bob. Oh, I have 2 clerics. Now the way this is supposed to work is that when I switch out to the town, it actually saves my, yeah. Sir Hugs the fighter, Thor the fighter, Bob the cleric, Hugs the thief, Help me the cleric, and Ouchie the mate. There we go. Now we can get some. So if you got to name your characters so you can start working that personality. You know, it was very hard for me to connect test 3, test 2, test 8, 3, 4. I was really surprised. Like, wow, that's just really disruptive. So yeah, now that I have, let's get them some sleep and food. Nope, let's not do that. Go right into the old dungeon. See what happens. This might be a very quick run straight to the Soul Emporium. Thor is engulfed. That's bad if Thor is engulfed in a wave of foreboding. Alright, here we go. Ooh, slimes. Blue slime. And we have one powerful wizard in his own mind. I guess he does have a mind. Yeah, see, the options of the low-level characters are very lacking. Yeah, sleep, please. Let's do a enhanced armor one. Help me help you. Right, battle. How would you cast sleep? That's phenomenal. Ouch, he gets impaled. Ouch. Bugs. The sleep didn't go so well. Sir Hugs dagger. This not sounds right. Everyone has daggers. No gold was spent for this party. No gold for you. That's just, you know. Oh. I'm gonna do a quick, fast run. Zzz. It definitely lasts longer on lower levels. There we go. I like how it was double digits except for Ouchie. He's handicapped quite a bit. I'll take the lowest level health. I like a challenge. Encroaching stench. Let's have. What happens if you try to do this? Oh. I apparently I definitely need to change the UI on that because I've hit it how many times now? Alright, try this again. Spell. Alright. Here we go. So remember those different statuses in the diagram. The spell was able to go off, and so basically the system said, yeah, the spell successfully was cast. They in fact did not resist the spell, but their very nature has immunity from being slept. So it's not that the spell didn't work on them. They were affected by the spell. It just made them feel tingly, or as much as a zombie could feel being tingly. I know. Miss Club. Obviously, compulsive hits it. Oh, I've been not even paying attention to their health. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Oh. We got some dire straits going on here. Oops. Ugh. Half beat. Yeah, how ouchie, just not even touched. I mean, he's been parrying the last couple of battles, so he's trying to avoid getting hurt, which is good for him. But poor Bob the cleric has been ruthlessly beat upon. All right, well let's take a spell. Let's have help me cast lesser heal on Bob. Let's have Bob cast lesser heal on Bob. We'll see if this works. And then let's have a thief. We do have a thief. Let's do an ability. The old thief. I want you to sneak into. Now, if you're shadow attacking, you really greatly increase your defense because you're in the shadows. And they have to first target you before they hurt you. And the chance of them targeting you is pretty high, but they won't. Oh, he parried again. Okay. Lesser heal, good. Bob cast lesser heal. All right. Bob is no longer dire straits. Thugs has attacked a vital meaning life, vigor, yet it's a zombie. So I'm not exactly sure what all the vital places are on a zombie, but they were hit for 5. Yeah, Bob is, ouchie is, well, there's the power of being in the back. Yeah, I mean, it would be evil of, that's the thing though, I could make these mobs a little bit smarter. And the way I would do it in the game is I would perform some sort of check. And if they succeeded on the check, would scan for unhealthy party members and go after them. Now the problem of that is that the general action of the way mobs target the party is that they are preferencing slots 1 through 3, 4, and then 5 and 6. So they have a much higher chance of attacking fighters, melee, and people up front. Other kinds of mobs will have preference for spellcasters, and it goes after the spellcaster. So the fact that he's actually parrying and in the back is helping him. But no, these guys are still alive, so. Now, excuse me. If I tell a spellcaster to fight, a mob is going to treat any caster that fights. It ups their chance of being targeted. Oh, sorry. That's so some of my sounds are that's my Tourette's. I try to apologize. That's sounds like I'm sneezing, but I'm grunting basically. Which is, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate you saying that. Yep, totally. Everyone fighting. But yeah, if you have a caster fighting, it doesn't matter in the back. You've decided to go melee, so the gloves come off a little bit. So let's see if ouchie becomes an ouchie. Oh, ouchie just slide up. Oh, ouchie came out of that gate. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, funnily, I I'll mute myself for a sneeze, but I don't mute myself for grunting. Well, one, I know a sneeze is happening. Two, I don't always know if a grunt is happening, which is weird. I mean, there's times where I kind of know, but I don't know. Let's repeat. Well, half-beaten dude, thugs. Let's have thugs. Go into the shadows. Right, battle again. Thugs disappears. Ouchie. How is Ouchie just going nuts? Oh, he survived. Oh. Ouchie didn't get touched the entire battle. Very interesting. It could be. Oh, I haven't implemented, but what you do get is the ability to increase your stats when levels go up. A certain number of levels. Alright, let's see if we can get Algae some combat experience. I think I can do this. Put everyone on parry, which everyone's on parry. And then I say, Ouchie, I want you to attack. This might be sus. Wow. I need to go check out that code, make sure they're actually is it working? Should characters with a certain stat level being too low have it accidentally attack their own party members because they can't always determine who's the enemy? That would just be a pain in the butt, wouldn't it? I have a party of ultimate misfits. What's everyone doing? I mean, yeah, you can do things like this where you just... And some of the game could be based off of the game mechanics. It could have different kinds of encounters where certain mobiles are incredibly violent if everyone attacks, but become less violent if you have a limited number of people attacking. So I don't know how I would go about giving you that hint, but yeah, it might be an actual reason why you would purposefully have people parry. Alright, we're just simply going to dart there. I want you to cast a Firebolt. I want you to cast Limited Curses. I want you to cast try heal on thugs. I want thugs go out into the shadow. I want Sir Hugs become, I want him to faint. Battle. Interesting. Right out of the gate, Thugs just destroys a kobold. So defiled kobold against Thor. Defiled kobold against what else? Interesting. Huh. Paint appeared not to work at all. Interesting. Right. No. Rest for a week. Oh, I do notice the problem with the engine, the game, the sound system. If you click in too fast, I don't have a way to cue, or it misses the cue. So I'm in rest recovery, which should have a different music. If I just click on the bore snout to go back to the beginning of bore snout. Now if I wait a little bit like I did, now I go into rest and recovery. There we go. That's the music it was supposed to. For a week. Oh, our minus got low. And for night. At 1 point, really? How about a day? There we go. 2 points. Perfect. That too. Trying to get back to development a little bit. You too, Evil. I'm kind of getting close to my limit here as well. You have a good time. I certainly appreciate you being here. All right. Basically isolating a section of code where a player is targeting the enemy mob party, and it is designed to randomly pick between anybody in the target or those that have melee weapons. And I'm toying around the idea of actually picking specific members of a party to attack, focused attacks. The whole game system is kind of based and balanced on the randomness, with a few exceptions, and doing this might need to have the enemy party also focus attacks, which could be deadly. So I'm toying that back and forth a little bit. Might make it a so in the meantime, I would want to not show targeting on the page counter page. There. Right, I basically just engage the auto targeting. So I should go ahead and put a note on this. I'm going to put in here. And if want. I said directly onto mic. All right, well, certainly appreciate anyone watching this VOD. As I went through and kind of discussed, very off the cuff and not organized at all, the visual structure of some of the game, and I've broken down the different aspects of it and some of the intents, and then playing a little bit of the game. Certainly appreciate that. Thanks over Evil for chat with me, and certainly appreciate those who have come in and just take a look as I continue to make Dungeons of Treptera. Hopefully I'll be less scuff, a little bit more organized into, I like to kind of structure the stream either just as an open session, or, if I can, maybe, 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 if I can or to get in more into a teaching mode, as it were. Otherwise, wherever you may be, have a good night.